Thank you, Mr. Chair. As this is
Distinguished delegates, I now declare open the 827th meeting of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. Distinguished delegates, we'll continue our consideration of Agenda Item 5, General Exchange of Views. We'll continue and conclude our consideration of Agenda Item 6, Ways and Means of Maintaining Outer Space for Peaceful Purposes. We'll continue and conclude our consideration of Agenda Item 13, Use of Space Technology in the United Nations System. We'll begin our consideration of Agenda Item 14, Future Role and Method of Work of the Committee. Time permitting, we'll also begin our consideration of Agenda Item 15, Space Exploration and Innovation. Are there any questions or comments on this proposed schedule? I see none. Distinguished delegates, I would now like to continue our consideration of Agenda Item 5, General Exchange of Views. I now turn to the list of speakers. The first speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate of Turkey. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As this is our general statement, Madam Director, Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, at the outset, we would like to extend our gratitude to His Excellency Omran Sharaf from United Arab Emirates for his successful chairmanship and congratulate Mr. Sidki from Egypt and Mr. Ekrem from Morocco on their elections as new chairs for 2024-2025, as well as the new members of the Bureau, and express our appreciation to the Director of the Office for Outer Space Affairs, Ms. Arta Holamaini, and her dedicated team for the excellent preparation of this session. Chair, strengthening space governance to maintain a safe and sustainable outer space for the benefit of present and future generations is our common goal. Turkey, as one of the few countries which ratified all the 5 UN treaties on outer space, including the agreement governing the activities of states on the moon and other celestial bodies, believes that these 5 UN treaties constitute the cornerstone of the international law on outer space. In this context, we would like to reiterate the importance of the states' commitment to the basic principles stipulated in these treaties, including the Outer Space Treaty. We call upon those who have not yet done so to sign and ratify all the 5 UN treaties and invite all countries to implement them in full in order to ensure a safe, secure, sustainable and peaceful outer space for all. Chair, we believe that the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space and its subcommittees as the main platforms for the discussions on peaceful use of outer space and development of international law in this field play a pivotal role in regulating and managing outer space activities. Regarding discussions on potential legal models for activities in the exploration, exploitation, and utilization of space resources, we are of the view that the authorized body is the COPUOS that takes its decisions by consensus. We also believe that the technical mandate of these platforms need to be strictly preserved. Also, with respect to the discussions on potential legal models for activities in the exploration, exploitation, and utilization of space resources. Sorry, I had a technical problem, Chair. I am just continuing. Just a minute, please. I'm so sorry for making you wait. Yes. As I said, we also believe that the technical mandate of these platforms need to be strictly preserved, also with respect to the discussions on potential legal models for activities in the exploration, exploitation, and utilization of space resources. Maritime law and airspace law have different dynamics and are regulated by different regimes and instruments which are not on outer space and thus are out of the scope and mandate of COPUOS. Therefore, they should be precluded. Chair, under the leadership of the Turkish Space Agency, Turkey has been expanding its space activities in recent years, achieving significant milestones as part of its national space program. As a landmark achievement in our astronaut and science mission program, the first Turkish astronaut, Alper Gezer-Avcı, has conducted 13 important scientific experiments in 14 days at the International Space Station last February. Our second astronaut, Tuva Cihangir Atasever, has also made recently a suborbital flight and conducted various experiments which we believe will inspire young generations and increase awareness on the importance of outer space activities in Turkey. In addition to our CubeSat and remote sensing satellites, our first communication satellite developed by Turkish institution, TürkSat 6A, is scheduled for launch in July 2024. Also under the Regional Navigation and Timing Satellite System Program, a project is ongoing to develop a rubidium-based atomic clock and validate it on a CubeSat mission. Under our Moon Research Program, a space vehicle to orbit the Moon and make a hard landing on the lunar surface is also being developed. Chair, Turkey, which believes that the problems surrounding space activities can only be solved jointly in a cooperative manner, values international cooperation also in the space domain. We continue joint activities with international organizations, including United Nations bodies, Organization of Turkic States, the Asia-Pacific Space Cooperation Organization, APSCO, the Asia-Pacific Regional Space Agency Forum, APRSAF, the International Astronautical Federation, and also others. Turkey was recognized as a new member of the International Committee on Global Navigation Satellite Systems during its annual meeting in October 2023. Turkey also will be glad to host the International Astronautical Congress 2026, which will take place in Antalya. In order to foster interest in aerospace among young generations, Turkey has been also organizing the Teknofest Aerospace Festival since 2018. Teknofest 2024 will be held in Adana in October, welcoming international participation once again. Moreover, Turkey is also hosting international scientific working group meetings once in every 6 months regarding possible cooperation on lunar exploration. Chair, regarding the forthcoming Summit of the Future, Turkey follows the ongoing efforts in New York closely and hopes that the summit will play a crucial role in elevating outer space issues on the international agenda and improving space governance. Furthermore, Turkey believes that the Pact for the Future should promote the peaceful, safe, secure, and sustainable use of outer space, supporting the implementation of the Space 2030 Agenda. Chair, Turkey remains committed to actively promoting the preservation of a safe, secure, and sustainable space environment and the peaceful use of outer space, ensuring access to outer space for future generations. I thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Turkey for her statement. And before proceeding with the next speaker, I just remind the distinguished delegates to limit their statements for 5 minutes maximum because of the time limitation and the busy schedule that we are running on. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished observer of Square Kilometer Array Observatory. Please, you have the floor.
Chair and distinguished delegates, on behalf of the Square Kilometer Array Observatory, SCAO, I'm pleased to address the 67th session of UN COPUOS. The SKO congratulates you, Chair, and your Vice Chairs for your appointment. We stand ready to offer our full cooperation and support as permanent observer in advancing the peaceful exploration and utilization of outer space. The SKO also commits its full support to Ms. Arti Holamaini and her team at UNOSA. Chair, the SKO is an international organization dedicated to advancing the field of radio astronomy. Among our members, we have Australia, Canada, China, Italy, the Netherlands, Portugal, South Africa, Spain, Switzerland, and the United Kingdom. India will join as a member in early July, and we expect that France, Germany, and Sweden will complete their accession to the observatory in the coming months. Together, we are constructing, and at the end of the decade will operate for the next 50 years or so, two of the most powerful radio telescopes in the world, located in Australia and South Africa, which will push the frontiers of our understanding of the universe. We are pleased to report significant progress in the construction of both telescopes, valued at 1.3 billion euros. SKA Mid in South Africa is seeing the first 15-meter dishes being erected, and SKA Low in Australia has already deployed 256 antenna stations, demonstrating that the SKA Observatory is becoming a reality. Our prototypes have already begun producing on-sky test and commissioning data, marking a pivotal step forward in our mission. These advancements are only possible through the extensive international collaboration which the SKO represents. Chair, astronomy, as the oldest form of space exploration, has been instrumental in expanding humanity's understanding of the cosmos. It serves as a bridge between our past and our future, fostering a sense of wonder and curiosity that transcends borders and generations. Astronomy inspires younger generations to wonder about space, allows exploration of our solar system from Earth, enables scientific research which can only be conducted within the extreme physics laboratory that is our universe, and provide vital warnings for asteroids with collision course to Earth, and is used to refine global navigation satellite systems, among many other applications. Chair, however, we are increasingly concerned about the rapid deployment of large number of satellites in space. This surge threatens the dark and quiet skies that are essential for astronomical observations, potentially hampering the very foundation of space science. The astronomical community, together with key players from space industry, delegates in COPUOS and ITU, and national regulators have been positively engaging to discuss this pressing issue from the technical and regulatory perspectives since 2019. On the radio astronomy side of dark and quiet skies, the SKO has been developing simulation software to assess the effects of emissions from satellites and working on mitigation mechanisms that can be implemented on the telescope data pipelines and control systems. On their side, satellite operators are in discussions with radio astronomy observatories and spectrum management groups for radio astronomy to conduct coordinated tests that explore technical mitigation measures that can be applied on satellites. Chair, as announced by the director of UNOSA at the event Preserving Dark and Quiet Skies, Responsible Behavior for Science and Development, co-organized by Chile and Spain, the SKO is co-hosting a conference on dark and quiet skies for science and society together with UNOSA in late 2025 at Rotterdam, United Kingdom, a significant location in space history and a UNESCO World Heritage Site. This conference is intended to provide a major platform for industry to showcase solutions and for capacity building. The SKO is a co-founder of the International Astronomical Union Center for the Protection of Dark and Quiet Skies, CPS, and this has shown to be an example for collaboration between industry and academia. We commend the efforts of UN COPUOS delegations at the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee for their ongoing discussions and the adoption of the single agenda item on the issue of dark and quiet skies, as well as the ongoing work in the Group of Friends for Dark and Quiet Skies. Your commitment to addressing this critical challenge is vital to ensuring that the legacy of space exploration remains untarnished for future generations. The SKO is ready to match your efforts to continue working with industry and the IAU CPS to find the best and most balanced mitigation measures. In closing, the SKO reaffirms its dedication to the principles of peaceful space explorations and the preservation of the celestial environment. We look forward to continued collaboration with COPUOS and its member states in safeguarding the dark and quiet skies, which have inspired humanity for millennia. I thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished observer of Square Kilometer Array Observatory. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished observer of the National Space Society. Please, you have the floor.
Esteemed Chair, distinguished delegates and colleagues, on behalf of Dr. Frederic Genet, Vice Chair of the International Committee of the National Space Society, I would like to congratulate Dr. Setki on his appointment as the chair of this committee and thank Director Holamaini on her team and her team for their efforts in putting together this meeting. The National Space Society, NSS, is honored to participate in the 2024 session of COPUOS. Our mission to promote space exploration and development aligns closely with the objectives of UNOSA and COPUOS, aiming for the peaceful and cooperative use of outer space for the dramatic betterment of humanity. The National Space Society actively supports UNOSA and COPUOS through various international initiatives. Each year, we engage thousands of students worldwide from both developed and developing countries in designing sustainable space habitats. This capacity-building outreach impacts numerous countries, including but not limited to Argentina, Australia, Austria, Canada, Chile, China, Ecuador, India, Malaysia, Mexico, Pakistan, Peru, Romania, the United Kingdom, the US, and Uruguay. Through programs such as the International Space Settlement Design Competition, the Space Settlement Contest, and the Space Settlement Design Tournament, we encourage innovation and teamwork, inspiring these young minds to pursue careers in the space industry. Over the past 4 decades of running these programs, we have numerous personal accounts of how these efforts have changed lives and inspired global citizens to not only think and dream about the peaceful uses of outer space and space development, but actively participate. A recent addition to our programs includes the Rothblatt Space Settlement in our Lifetime Business Plan competition, open to all, that fosters entrepreneurial approaches to space settlement and development, motivating participants to create viable business plans for space development and future space communities. Our members lead various initiatives that significantly impact space exploration and policy. For instance, For All Moonkind works to preserve human heritage in space. The Beyond Earth Institute shapes policies for sustainable space development. Expanding Frontiers fosters innovation and entrepreneurship in the space sector, and the Overview Roundtable facilitates high-level discussions on space policy and ethics. In addition, we are assisting other observers and member states as they consider the possibility of an 18th Sustainable Development Goal focused on space. The International Space Development Conference, ISDC, our flagship event, brings together space professionals, academics, government officials, and enthusiasts to discuss and promote space exploration and development. This year, the NSS International Committee introduced a Space for All track in the program agenda, focusing on UN and COPUOS-related efforts. The goal was to inform the approximately 1,000 participants from around the world about the important work being done by this committee and to promote the concept of peaceful and sustainable uses of outer space. Due to its popularity, this track will likely become a regular part of the conference's agenda, and we hope to see many of you there as speakers in the future. In line with our commitment to advancing space technology, NSS is funding a comprehensive report to review the current state of technology for space solar power. This report aims to assess advancements and identify opportunities for harnessing solar energy in space to benefit Earth. This effort will significantly add to the extensive body of conference room papers and technical presentations that NSS has provided to this committee over the past 2 decades. The National Space Society strongly supports the establishment of the Action Team on Lunar Activities Consultation, ATLAC, as proposed by Romania and the Republic of Korea. The importance and timeliness of ATLAC cannot be overstated as humanity collectively embarks on a sustained return to the moon. NSS is ready to support ATLAC both from a technical and policy perspective in its mission to develop recommendations for safe, sustainable and transparent lunar activities, ensuring that the Moon's exploration and utilization are conducted for the benefit of all humankind on a politically and economically sustainable basis. As observers, we are dedicated to providing expert background and information to assist all delegates. We are eager to learn more about how we can further support the committee's work. Thank you for the opportunity to address this esteemed body. We look forward to continued collaboration and progress in our shared mission. NSS remains dedicated to promoting the peaceful use of outer space and the betterment of humanity. Through our initiatives and the efforts of our inspired members, we aim to advance space exploration and development, ensuring that the benefits of space are available globally. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished observer of the National Space Society for his statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished observer of the IGEM Foundation. Please have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The IGEM Foundation would like to thank UNUSA and the Secretariat for the efficient organization of the 67th session of the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. We would also like to thank you for this opportunity to present our mission and activities related to advancements in space exploration to this committee. The IGEM Foundation is an independent, nonprofit organization dedicated to the advancement of synthetic biology through education, workforce development, and competition. Its inception took place in 2003 at MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and it organizes an international team competition in which university and high school students design, build, and test synthetic biology projects. Every year, the IGEM competition cycle culminates in our Jamboree, a celebration of synthetic biology, the teams, and their projects. Last year, we had nearly 400 teams from over 40 countries participating, totaling over 8,000 students tackling world challenges related to topics such as climate crisis, infectious diseases, therapeutics, and space exploration. Mr. Chairman, synthetic biology is a field that merges biology and engineering to design and reprogram biology and synthetic organisms, creating new biological systems to address global challenges. It has the potential to solve several obstacles faced by future space missions, including insider resource utilization, space biomining, space biomanufacturing, and space medicine. It can enhance closed-loop life support systems, improve radio protection, advance space-specific disease prevention, and optimize space agriculture, among many others. IGEM has a long history of teams applying synthetic biology to challenges posed by space exploration, from the need for oxygen and renewable food sources to protection from extreme cold and radiation. Just like previous advancements in space travel have brought technological advancements to our lives on Earth, we also understand that advancing synthetic biology for space will also benefit our global problems and vice versa. In recent years, the number of teams working on projects focused on synthetic biology applied to space exploration has been consistently increasing. To support these teams, we have implemented the IGEM Space Initiative. This proposal gathers several resources to assist teams in developing a robust space project and encompasses the following: a database of all previous IGEM teams that conducted space-related work, educational webinars with experts in the field, substantial guidelines and key considerations for a team to responsibly start a space-related project, challenges for space missions compiled by space agencies that could be solved by the use of synthetic biology, and the IGEM Space Network. Distinguished delegates, the IGEM Space Network is a resource aiming to connect labs that work on synthetic biology applied to space exploration with IGEM teams interested in working on the topic. Network members are experts affiliated with space agencies such as NASA, the European Space Agency, CNES, and DLR, past IGEM teams, and universities such as Cornell and the University of Edinburgh. Their goal is to offer mentorship and technical assistance to teams related to project inspiration, experimental planning, and troubleshooting. At the 2024 Grand Jamboree in Paris, scheduled to be held at the end of October, IGEM will organize the first Space Village, which will serve as a hub for teams, researchers, and organizations working on space exploration. As the IGEM Space Village initiative grows, We are also planning to conduct space-related activities beyond the competition in our Jamboree, with a focus on implementing policies for the safe, responsible, and peaceful uses of synthetic biology in outer space, and connecting our global audience to current and future opportunities related to space. We understand the topic is not as widely discussed within major space events and organizations as we would have hoped for. We would like to help kickstart these discussions, as we believe that without synthetic biology, mankind will not be capable of establishing long-term space travel and settlements. We would like to thank the committee and the distinguished delegates for their attention and highlight that we're always prepared to assist the committee in any capacity required. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the distinguished observer of iGEM Foundation for his statement. We shall continue our consideration of Agenda Item 5, General Exchange of Views, tomorrow morning. Distinguished delegates, now I would like to reopen and hopefully conclude our consideration of Agenda Item 6, Ways and Means of Maintaining Outer Space for Peaceful Purposes. The first speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. Please have the floor.
Thank you, distinguished chairperson. Thank you for giving me the floor. I'd like to brief the committee to the effect that the Russian Federation has prepared and circulated a working document. This is CRP 23. It's already available on the website, and the document encapsulates our ideas about how in the future we could have a dialogue within the committee on the the improper use of civilian space systems, and I would urge all colleagues to acquaint themselves with that document. We, for our part, see no need for keeping this agenda item open. We stand ready to we are in your hands, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation for his statement. Now I move to the next speaker on the list, the distinguished representative of the United States. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The United States would like to respond to a range of assertions made by the Russian Federation concerning the use of U.S. space systems in a conference room paper numbered A/AC.105/2024/CRP.20. Since it was first endorsed 4 decades ago in General Assembly Resolution 39/96, this agenda item has allowed this committee to consider the broader perspective of space security and associated matters that are instrumental in ensuring the safe and responsible conduct of space activities. This has provided a useful opportunity for members of this committee to share views on issues relevant to the national security uses of outer space that are within the remit of the UN General Assembly's First Committee and Disarmament Fora. Chair, the work in this committee this week should not supplant the work in Geneva and New York to advance measures and mechanisms such as transparency and confidence-building measures, norms, rules, and principles of responsible behaviors in space, and potential legally binding measures related to space security. We note that several efforts in these disarmament and security fora do address the concerns that Russia has raised in this committee. Finally, the United States urges all countries, all member states, to participate constructively later this year in a joint panel discussion on possible challenges to space security and sustainability during the 79th session of the UN General Assembly's First and Fourth Committees. This joint panel discussion, established pursuant to General Assembly Resolution 78/72, which is the 5th since 2015, can again highlight this committee's fundamental role as a focal point for international cooperation in maintaining the peaceful exploration and uses of outer space. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United States for his statement. Then I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Ukraine. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, the delegation of Ukraine did not originally intend to take the floor for the second time under this agenda item 6, but we are compelled to do so in order to address a conference room paper distributed by Russian Federation contained in A/AC.105/2024/CRP.20. This document is not only highly politicized, but it also contains distorted information presented in a blatantly manipulative way. Let us have a look at para 5. It claims that certain space systems are being used to locate, track and monitor the movements and actions of Russian troops. At the same time, the Russian side is modestly silent about the fact that those Russian troops are illegally deployed in the sovereign territory of Ukraine in the result of the unprovoked and unjustified full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The Russian troops are occupying forces and therefore are a legitimate target of any tracking and monitoring by Ukraine, with subsequent destruction in full compliance with Ukraine's inherent right to self-defense according to Article 51 of the United Nations Charter. The assistance that Ukraine receives from its partners helps to repel Russian aggression and to prevent Russia's further invasion to the sovereign territory of Ukraine. This assistance is rendered in line with applicable international legal framework, including bilateral agreements. In para 4 of the above conference room paper, the Russian side claims that certain states use satellite systems to interfere into the internal affairs of sovereign states. In this context, we would like to emphasize that Russian war of aggression against Ukraine is not an internal affair, but an international conflict, no matter how many times Russia refers to it as so-called special military operation. The United Nations General Assembly clearly and explicitly deplored Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine in its resolution of 23rd February 2023, supported by 141 member states, and demanded Russia's immediate withdrawal from the country in line with the United Nations Charter. But the Russian Federation heeded the call of the international community and continued its criminal aggressive war, killing and torturing civilians and shelling peaceful Ukrainian cities, destroying civilian and critical infrastructure day by day. Therefore, the delegation of Ukraine believes that the information presented in this document is manipulative and untrustworthy, and that it cannot serve as a basis for continuing the discussion. Mr. Chair, we support the delegation of the United Kingdom in finding this document inappropriate and ask it to be withdrawn. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ukraine for his statement. I have seen that France has raised the flag for a right of reply. And I also see that the Russian Federation is raising the flag. Is this a right of reply? Okay. So I will give the floor first to the distinguished representative of France and then the Russian Federation. Please, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you, Chair. I would like to take the floor following the publication of A/105/2024/CRP20. We would like to reiterate our role regarding where space is discussed. We have to respect the mandate if things are to be discussed calmly. When we talk about outer space, there should be no rhetoric or aggressive behavior. We would ask members of this committee to implement the recommendations of the expert group regarding transparency, regarding mega constellations. There are opportunities to discuss this subject. We mentioned this in our statement. These mega constellations are a significant form of development for all countries, and the scientific challenges do deserve to be on the agenda of the scientific subcommittee. We reject the accusations against Eutelsat in the aforementioned conference paper. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of France for his statement. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, distinguished chairperson, for giving me the floor as I avail myself of my right of reply. I think it's very good that specifically those countries that have created the problem that we're discussing here today, the problem of the use of civilian space systems, including commercial ones, including systems that are of critical importance for ensuring the sustainability of social and economic processes on Earth, that they're being used for military purposes and other purposes, including terrorist purposes. This problem has the potential to turn into a threat to international peace and security. And I'm very happy that those states that have created that problem, that's the US, Ukraine, the partners of the US within the European Union, that they're so concerned at the fact that the committee has begun discussing these issues. They're so concerned that a document is being published that contains information on the situation, because that means that we need to double our efforts, and we must continue that discussion here within the committee because we have a mandate for that. I would like to recall, for the benefit of the colleagues from the US and France, that in accordance with the US, or rather the 1967 Outer Space Treaty, Article 6, states bear full international liability and responsibility for the activities of private corporations that come under their jurisdiction. And you have every opportunity to bring influence to bear against those private corporations, Starlink and Eutelsat, so that they cease being parties to an international conflict. Do that, the international community will welcome it. It would be a responsible step on your part, and you would all support it. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation for his statement. Distinguished delegates, with your permission, I would like to conclude this agenda item, item 6, ways and means of maintaining outer space for peaceful purposes. Distinguished delegates, now I would like to continue and conclude our consideration of agenda item 13, use of space technology in the United Nations system. I turn to the list of speakers. The first speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Pakistan. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Since the beginning of the space age, various organizations within the United Nations system have been actively involved in space technology and applications, including satellite remote sensing technology, satellite communications, space and earth weather, and space sciences. Space technology has significantly enhanced human life by promoting socio-economic development through effective monitoring and coordination, which are otherwise difficult to achieve by conventional means. The Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space provides an effective mechanism for keeping states informed about the activities of international, governmental and non-governmental organizations involved in this field. Pakistan greatly benefits from COPUOS by exchanging views on key scientific, technical, legal and regulatory issues related to outer space. Additionally, Pakistan benefits from the multifaceted international cooperation programs in space science, technology and applications as a member of various international and regional organizations within the United Nations system. In this regard, Pakistan is collaborating in the UN International Space Weather Initiative program and the International Asteroid Observation Network for monitoring and cataloging near-Earth objects. Pakistan is also working with the World Meteorological Organization to cope with the impacts of climate change through Global Cryosphere Watch program. In disaster management, Pakistan hosts the UN SPIDER Regional Support Office for disaster monitoring and mitigation. Under the International Humanitarian Satellite-Aided Search and Rescue Program, COPUOS SARSAT, Pakistan contributes as a ground segment provider. Moreover, as a UN member state, Pakistan annually organizes World Space Week in the country. Pakistan is also committed to international efforts aimed at promoting a sustainable, safe, and secure space environment. The National Space Policy of Pakistan outlines active engagement with the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space to ensure the long-term sustainability of space. Pakistan has endorsed the Space 2030 agenda adopted during the Unispace Plus 50 forum, which focuses on space economy, space society, space accessibility, and space diplomacy. The National Space Agency of Pakistan, SPARCO, is also tasked with participating in initiatives under this agenda, aligning national space activities with global efforts to achieve sustainable space utilization. We also look forward to further engage on discussions related to the peaceful use of outer space, in particular for the benefit of developing countries. Chair, my delegation believes that the United Nations is the apex multilateral forum for devising a global development model acceptable to all nations. Therefore, space technology, by virtue of its geographic scale and scope of activities, should be integrated into every regional and international effort aimed at enhancing individual and collective abilities to address the challenges facing humankind. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Pakistan for his statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished representative of Germany. Please, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. 3 years ago, we brought to the attention of this committee an upcoming issue at the World Radio Communication Conference in 2023, namely the question whether frequency bands currently used by radar Earth observation satellites could be shared with international mobile telecommunication systems, such as terrestrial 5G networks. Introducing such additional systems into those frequency bands could potentially cause harmful interference for radar satellite systems, and we hope that the space community represented at this committee would take a closer look at the issue. It was due to various efforts, including a passionate intervention by the Director of the Office of Outer Space Affairs at the WRC 23, that the introduction of mobile telecommunication systems into that frequency band came with such strong constraints that the risk of a harmful interference with radar satellite systems are minimized. This was a great success for the space community. Chair, distinguished delegates, at the next WRC in 2027, there will be again the question whether frequency bands currently used by space systems could be opened to and shared with terrestrial mobile telecommunication systems. However, while in 23 the issue was comparatively narrow for the space community, affecting mainly synthetic aperture radar systems, the new agenda item at WRC 27 will have potentially broader implications, as the frequency bands in question are currently used by almost every Earth observation satellite for the downlink of its data to ground stations and by meteorological satellites to broadcast weather data to users worldwide. If there was harmful interference from the introduction of mobile telecommunication systems into that frequency band to the operations of Earth observation satellites, it could have significantly greater consequences of the space community and its ability to study the Earth from space. We therefore again encourage member states to look into this issue and to study the potential impact of the allocation of frequencies to mobile telecommunication systems in the 7.125 to 8.400 MHz range, as suggested in the agenda item 1.7 of WRC 27 on their Earth observation systems, in order to inform the discussions at the upcoming WRC. We hope that through such sharing and compatibility studies, a decision at the next WRC can be taken on a data basis that is as broad as possible. We have described this issue in more detail in a technical presentation during this session last week, and are happy to discuss it further with interested delegations. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Germany for her statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Italy. Please, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, I would like to thank UNOSA Director Artiola Maini for her intervention and presenting the outcome of the UN Space 19th Open Session held on October 19th, 2023 in Brindisi. In order to avoid repetition, I will now continue with a shorter statement. The full version of it will be available on the UNOSA website. The UN Space 19th Open Session focused on Earth observation and integrated applications for disaster risk management and sustainable development. This session provided an excellent opportunity to showcase United Nations agency initiatives and practical applications of space technologies, particularly those dedicated to Earth observation. The event saw the participation from several UN agencies with experts from the Italian Space Agency itself, European Space Agency, and the Apulia Aerospace Technology District, as well as Italian companies, bringing a different perspective to the discussion. Throughout the event, global efforts to ensure access to space-based information for disaster management and beyond have been highlighted. Italian experts at the event showcased significant advancements in utilizing satellite data for disaster management. Key topics included enhancing emergency response capabilities through satellite-based early warning systems for meteorological risk and managing forests and fires and floods. They also showcased Earth observation satellites' effectiveness in mapping areas affected by disasters like floods, fires, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions, emphasizing their integration into coordinated national and European responses. Additionally, experts discussed around future satellite constellations designed to bolster surveillance for hydrogeological instability and highlighted contributions in climate forecasting and emergency response from missions like Cosmos Skymed, Prisma, and Platinum. The session successfully brought together diverse stakeholders to exchange views, share information, and explore synergies for enhancing global resilience through satellite technology. Italy and the Italian Space Agency are particularly proud of the collaboration achieved with UNOSA, which facilitated new partnerships and included multiple different voices to the discussion. I thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Italy for her statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of India. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair and distinguished delegates, India acknowledges and appreciates the efforts under the United Nations Programme on Space Applications. India's space application focuses on utilizing the technology for the benefit of society. In order to support UN SDGs, India has adopted the Indian Space Policy 2023 and implemented free and open data policy. With this, India has opened up all its past satellite data sets collected since 1988 and current data of 5-meter and coarser spatial resolution to all on free and open basis through its Bhunidhi portal. The member states may utilize the Indian remote sensing data which is available openly. Mr. Chair, India is submitting to the United Nations Convention on Combating Desertification to prioritize areas needing immediate action to combat land degradation and achieve land degradation neutrality status by 2030. 3 mapping cycles have been completed in last 2 decades. The information has been used in generating the action plans for combating the desertification and checking the process of land degradation. As part of India's commitment to support international disaster management, Indian satellite data is provided under International Charter and Sentinel-Asia. India is also contributing to promote operational utilization of space technology and equitable sharing of benefits from space technology towards achieving the SDGs through Regional Plan of Action of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. Mr. Chair, India actively supports capacity building in remote sensing through hosting United Nations affiliated Center for Space Science and Technology Education for Asia and the Pacific, CSTEEP, located in India. The center has completed 28 years of its establishment and benefited more than 3,650 officials from 64 countries. Apart from the regular courses, CSTEEP has partnered with UNOSA and ISRO to organize massively open online course on Earth observation for climate action and benefited 2,476 candidates from 64 countries. Further, under the Technical and Economic Cooperation Program of the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, the Indian Institute of Remote Sensing conducts regular certificate course in remote sensing and geoinformatics for professionals from developing countries. So far, 950 participants from 106 countries have benefited from the program. India is also contributing actively to various training programs under UN SPIDER. Mr. Chair, India is pleased to inform about its initiative to provide satellite data and geospatial services to the Pacific Island countries in the form of data portal named DWEPIC, that is Data Warehouse for Empowering Pacific Island Countries, DWEPIC. With the ongoing ISRO's program on space applications for societal benefits, India will be happy to play a major role in implementing the space-based support for capacity building and technical support for many of the plan of actions. Thank you, Mr. Chair and distinguished delegates.
I thank the distinguished representative of India for his statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of France. Please, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairperson. Distinguished delegates, France actively mobilises its space policy to attain the objectives of the Paris Agreement and the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, notably in the framework of UN SPIDER, to facilitate the use of space technologies for the management of disasters and emergency responses. We would like to underscore the key role played by the Office of Outer Space Affairs, which contributes to promoting universal access to the Charter's data. Until recently, France made available a young associate expert to UNOSA to assist with the deployment of UN SPIDER. The Charter, which was established in 1999, has an authorized users mechanism to allow national risk management bodies and their delegate agencies and countries to activate the Charter. It has allowed assistance to be provided on 857 occasions to civil defense authorities and international humanitarian bodies during emergency situations caused by all kinds of disasters. It's activated on average 40 times a year, such as during the earthquakes in Japan and Morocco, the volcano eruption in Indonesia, and the hurricane in Haiti. The entity or delegate agency must hold a national mandate to coordinate emergency response measures in the country in question. The Charter is an excellent example of international cooperation. It combines and coordinates the emergency, or rather Earth observation resources and expertise of 17 space agencies and 6 private agencies, thanks to a constellation of more than 270 satellites that are mainly focused on disaster areas. It responds to the requests of emergency response bodies by providing satellite data free of charge. The Spot Pléiade and Pléiade Neo French satellites are active members. During major events that require major restriction, the Recovery Observatory, which was developed by CNES, coordinates satellite imagery acquisition and analyzes the derived data so as to present a coherent framework for images covering the period from the emergency response to the creation of a recovery framework. A number of tests of this new approach have taken place in operational conditions since 2020 in the context of the Committee on Earth Observation Satellites, COPUOS. Notably, following the explosion in the port of Beirut, the hurricanes took place in Central America, the earthquake in Haiti in 2021 and the devastating floods in Pakistan in 2022 and Libya in 2023. COPUOS, which was launched in 2022, provides an initiative that seeks to familiarise decision makers with the possibilities opened up by satellites at the recovery and reconstruction phases. A presentation was held in El Salvador in 2022 at the Regional Forum on Risk, organised by the Coordination Centre for the Prevention of Natural Disasters in Central America. In 2023, with the support of UN SPIDER, the Recovery Observatory was also introduced in a number of different frameworks in Africa and Asia. There was a forum organised by the Chinese National Centre for Risk Reduction in Beijing, then Geo Week in South Africa in November 2023, during the Pacific Island GIS and a remote sensing conference, which took place in Fiji at the end of November 2023. Further events are foreseen for 2024 during the International Forum on Understanding Risk, which will take place in June in Japan and in Latin American countries, and also Africa, Oceania and the Caribbean. Chairperson, my delegation thanks the partners of COPUOS, the World Bank, UNDP, the European Union, USA and partner national authorities for their commitment to the approach developed by the Recovery Observatory. France would like to see this instrument used more broadly and stands ready to share its experience with Member States. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of France for his statements. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Indonesia. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, Indonesia appreciates the works of the UN system bodies in using space technology and applications to tackle global issues. We view that those actions are not only hold a high relevance for the benefit of all member states, but also potentially enabling the achievement of the SDGs in the 6 years span. As a member of the UNESCOP, Indonesia is actively participated in and contributes to the UNESCOP activities such as the 27th sessions of the Intergovernmental Consultative Committee on the Regional Space Application Program for Sustainable Development, or RESAPS, in 2023. The 8th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction in 2023, and the 80th sessions of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, or ESCAP, held in Bangkok this year. Mr. Chair, following the success of the 4th Minister Conference on the Space Application for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific, or MC4, back in 2022, which has produced Jakarta Minister Declaration, we have sponsored the UNESCOP Resolution number 79/9 on the implementation of the Jakarta Ministerial Declaration on Space Application for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific, that was adopted by the Commission at its 79th session in 2023. The resolution highlights the implementation of the declarations, among others, requests the Executive Secretary to continue to support members and associate members of the UNESCOP in the implementation of the Asia-Pacific Plan of Actions on Space Application for Sustainable Development 2018-2030. In this opportunity, we would like to inform the recent development of Indonesia's space activities in implementing the Plan of Actions toward achieving the goals by 2030 and leave no one behind, such as to continue the success of Lapan A1, A2, and A3. BRIN plans to launch the A4 satellite early next year. The satellite is indigenously developed in Indonesia by Indonesian engineers. The A4 satellite will hold missions of Earth observation and maritime traffic. In addition, BRIN also developed operational remote sensing satellite constellations and the equatorial spaceport. Indonesia acknowledges the importance of the implementation of the Asia-Pacific Plan of Action on Space Application for Sustainable Development to achieve the goals by 2030 and leave no one behind. Regarding the phase 2 of the Plan of Action, Indonesia has implemented 5 areas of actions, namely disaster risk reduction and resilience, management of natural resources, connectivity, energy, and climate change. To achieve the phase 2 of the action plan, Indonesia emphasized the importance of the capacity building and technical support. Indonesia also pays attention to increasing awareness of the youth and the private sectors as a form of inclusivity. The Indonesia Regional Support Office, or RSO, of the United Nations Platform for space-based information for disaster management and emergency response, or UN SPIDER, contributes to the quick response, damage assessment, and rehabilitation during disasters such as the landslides on the Serasan Islands, the Marapi eruption in 2023. This year, RESO UN SPIDER also gave contribution during a volcanic eruption in Mount Ruang in North Sulawesi, and flood or landslide occurred in several provinces, which are Central Java, South Sulawesi, and West Sumatra. And we look forward to enhancing international cooperation to further harnessing space technology for the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Indonesia for her statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Mexico. La doctora Rosa María Ramírez de Arellano y Haro tiene la palabra.
You have the floor, Mexico. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor. The use of space technology is something we've been talking about throughout this meeting and other meetings in the past, and it is critical for our populations, their assets and infrastructures. Chair, in order to deal with the complex problems arising from space activities, we need cross-cutting coordination among all UN agenda issues. We have to promote the use of space science, technology and applications in favor of economic growth and sustainable development through cooperation and coordination with UN, USA, and other UN system bodies. And that, in fact, already happens. Chair, we're aware of what we've been talking about at this meeting. Therefore, the government of Mexico has organized its institutions and bodies that deal with space technology, especially Earth observation, into different subjects such as disaster management, natural resource management, just to name two of the multiple applications of space technology. And at the same time, it fosters the use of space technology for the SDGs. Earth observation, exploration, and space telecommunications all entail the use of space technology and satellites, and they are axes of Mexico's space activities through the Mexican Space Agency. I'd like to refer to something that Germany mentioned. I'm not going to talk about frequency bandwidths and 6G, but at the ITU conference in Dubai in November and December 2023, one of the most discussed subjects was the radio frequency spectrum for wireless systems and 5G and then 6G. But something that worries us is the lack of vision. We say, oh, yes, I want to do this. Yes, I want to do that. And we don't realize that this can affect Earth observation. And that's a risk. And it's something that will be discussed at the ITU conference in 2027. But there are all these meetings. I'm sure you see it for yourself in all the Latin American journals. There are constant tenders for 5G and then 6G. And so this is probably not the right place for this, but we are working in a cross-cutting way, coordinated with the United Nations, and I'd like to ask or request that every country here please have some vision of the future and consider what Earth observation entails. We're all talking about Earth observation. We see the meteorological disasters and other disasters that take place, and it's frightening, but we need to see what's happening from space with an Earth observation satellite. to see the status of volcanoes, drought, agriculture, etc. So this is an invitation Mexico is respectfully making. Let's keep these frequency bandwidths for Earth observation satellites and work with ITU. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Mexico for her statement. Now I move to the next speaker on my list, the distinguished observer of the Economic and Social Commission of Asia and the Pacific. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. ESCAP Secretariat, in collaboration with UN University, has developed operational tools for disaster risk reduction by using big Earth data, cloud computing, and AI, and organized an online training course entitled Introduction on Geospatial Data Analysis with ChatGPT and Google Earth Engine in December 2023 with the UN University Institute for Water, Environment, and Health, attracting over 3,000 enrollment from the over 33 countries in Asia and the Pacific. Co-developed by UN University and ESCAP Secretariat, the innovative flood mapping tools aims to support the efforts to enhance resilience to flood using open Earth observation dataset. The tools use AI modules is to generate current and future flood risk maps for 3 climate change scenarios at the city, the district, and the river basin levels. For implementation of the Jakarta Ministerial Declaration on Space Applications for Sustainable Development, the Secretariat, in collaboration with the UN University, is demonstrating the operational applications of digital innovation such as large language modules to enhance the accuracy and timeliness of the flood risk assessment and early warning. Web-based tools and training material were developed to integrate modules into geospatial data analysis and Earth observation. The Secretariat has also developed the SatGPT, an innovative solution that leverages the current capabilities of large language modules and integrates them with the cloud computing platform and Earth observation data. The Secretariat's current efforts to develop SatGPT focus on flood hotspot mapping, simplifying the process with a user-friendly interface. The only action required from the user is to specify the flood duration and location. The integration of the large language module with Google Earth Engine enhances the speed, accessibility, and real-time capability of flood mapping, making it more accessible to non-specialists and supporting resilience disaster management practice. With the continued financial and technical support from China, India, Indonesia, Japan, the Republic of Korea, and the Russian Federation, and Thailand, to whom the Secretariat expressed deep appreciation. In 2023 to 2024, the Secretariat is working with countries in Lower Mekong River Basin to integrate geospatial information for resilient agriculture and crop monitoring. Extensive training has been provided to users in Cambodia, Thailand, and Laos PDR in effective use of the cloud-based crop monitoring platform. ESCAP promotes crop diversity in Southeast Asian countries through enhancing the knowledge and data availability in 3 subnational locations in Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines, and to enable the users in space agency and partner universities to access and monitor the state of crop diversity. ESCAP has also strengthened the capacity of the Central Asian country to use satellite data for effective drought monitoring and early warning by building a pilot Central Asian drought monitoring system at the Kyrgyz Ministry of Emergency Situation. The system provides service and products to users by integrating satellite-derived data, ground georeference data, and statistical data. The Pan-Asia Partnership for Geospatial Air Pollution Information has been strengthened. In 2023 to 2024, the Secretariat has provided technical support to expert and data users of Korea's Geostationary Environment Monitoring Spectrometer and Pandola instrument by capacity building in Bangkok, Thailand in January, and Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia in May 2024. ESCAP and GSTA of Thailand has been working closely to ensure the regional food security. Both sides strive for expansion of space technology applications in the agricultural sector, such as Thailand's dragonfly applications, to equip farmers with insights from space for their effective resource management, from seeding to distribution their products, as well as building greater resilience and improving the productivities of agriculture in the region. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished observer of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. Now, we conclude our consideration of Agenda Item 13, Use of Space Technology in the United Nations System. Distinguished delegates, now I would like to begin our consideration of Agenda Item 14, Future Role and Method of Work of the Committee. Before I open the floor for statements by delegations, I would like to give the opportunity to the Director of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, Ms. Arti Holamaini, to address the Committee on matters related to how states may work with and provide support to the Office. Therefore, if I see no objections, I invite the Director of the Office for Outer Space Affairs. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I present to you on how Member States can collaborate with UNUSA, I would like to inform you that a non-paper on a potential Unispace 4 is available in the pigeonholes. I would invite you to have a look at that. Thank you. So I would like to invite you how it is possible to collaborate with UNUSA. We receive many requests from Member States to collaborate with them. And very often this takes the form of co-organizing, co-hosting, or using the UNUSA logo for events to take place within member states. We also have other types of requests, but the most prominent is a request to collaborate on events and meetings, or a request to second staff to our office in the form of a contribution in kind. We would collaborate readily with as many member states as possible, resources permitting. But the most important for us is to collaborate on areas which are presented to you in the UNUSA leadership strategy. So you have the 5 pillars which concern space sustainability, the SDGs, climate change, developing countries, Africa, or collaboration with the private sector. In addition, we are ready to collaborate when associated costs for this collaboration are somehow funded, either by the member state or by a donor through XB. There are some important considerations that we would like to flag to your attention. Because UNUSA is part of the United Nations Secretariat and not an independent specialized agency, there are certain legal formalities which must be in place before we can collaborate with you. Specifically, there are legal requirements applying which concern privileges and immunities for participants who may travel to participate in these events. And there are rules and procedures which have been established by the member states which apply and which member states confirm to us by entering into a host country agreement, a so-called HCA. These take time to negotiate, so we would recommend that if you have the intention of proposing a collaboration to us, that you be mindful of this requirement and allow enough time ahead of the event that we would like to propose. The host country agreements, the principles concerning privileges and immunities are contained in this convention on the privileges and immunities of the United Nations, which was adopted all the way back in 1946. And we cannot collaborate, we cannot use or allow the use of the UNUSA logo unless such a host country agreement is in place. Host country agreements are required for all events that take place outside the UN headquarters. If we do events which are located in the UN headquarters or here in the Vic, for example, then we do not require such an agreement to be in place. Host country agreements are signed on behalf of member states, typically by their ministries of foreign affairs. Therefore, we would usually work through the permanent missions here in Austria to start this process. I don't want to read the slide to you, but you can see a snapshot of the areas which are covered by host country agreements. And the most important one is the privileges and immunities for the participants who travel to these events. So please check first with your Ministry of Foreign Affairs or your permanent mission about their willingness to consider entering into such a host country agreement before you propose a collaboration with us. A host country agreement is not always required. As I said, if we hold an event at the UN premises, that could be here in Vienna, it could be in Geneva, it could be in New York, in the United Nations in Nairobi, in Bangkok, even in Bonn, or another major UN office. If we do it in that location, then we do not need a host country agreement to be in place. For example, in November this year, we will be hosting our Space for Women expert meeting in the United Nations offices in Nairobi. Secondly, if an event is co-hosted by a UN specialized agency which has premises in your office, for example, ICAO, the World Food, the WFO or UNICEF, they all have offices in different parts of the world. If we are to co-host an event with them in their premises, then also a host country agreement is not required. If you're organizing a national event and just inviting us to be a speaker, then that's fine as well. Or if there is a framework or a seat agreement already in place with the United Nations that applies the terms of a host country agreement to all UN events which are planned in your country, that is also allowing us to do this. Finally, if you're just organizing an event which takes place online and we're not bringing any participants from elsewhere, then we also don't need a host country agreement. They are possible, but they do take time to negotiate, and the devil is in the detail. That is our experience when discussing with ministries of foreign affairs. So please do allow enough time. Wanted to give you some examples of recent host country agreements which were successfully concluded. In this year, with Luxembourg, we successfully concluded one to host the expert meeting on space resources. We hosted a GNSS workshop in the Philippines in April. In Costa Rica in May this year, a Space for Water conference, and in July soon a UN grant symposium with Austria, where in fact the seat agreement that we have with Austria for the Vienna premises is simply being extended to cover also the event in Graz. For next year, we will be discussing with the governments of Australia and the United Kingdom concerning the various events which are planned to take place in those countries respectively, being the UN IAF workshop, which takes place during the IAC, the International Astronautical Congress, and a planned conference on dark and quiet skies, which is foreseen to take place in Manchester in the UK. It is possible. Finally, I'd just like to present to you on another possibility. Many member states seek to make a contribution in kind to our work and contribute through sending staff in the form of something called an NRL, which is a non-reimbursable loan. These are staff who are paid for and seconded by a member state to UNUSA. When this happens, the member state, in addition, needs to shoulder the burden of an extra 13% of the overall cost, which covers overhead costs, badges, computers, using the offices, and so on. This is mandatory imposed by the United Nations. These are governed by an administrative instruction, the number of which is given on the slide. But it's very important for you to know that NRLs, the administrative instruction says that NRLs may not be negotiated for secretariat posts. So UNUSA is part of the secretariat, and in principle the rule is that we may not have NRLs. We do have a couple, but going forward we would like to discourage this a little bit because it is extremely complex. In addition, the rule says that NRLs may only be recruited when they are deployed in the field, so not in UN headquarter premises, so not in Vienna or in Nairobi or in New York or elsewhere. The rules are being enforced more strictly. We received a visit from the Assistant Secretary General for HR just 1 month ago, where she imposed upon UNUSA to be more vigilant and that they would be policing this a little bit more strictly for our office going forward. So we will only receive exemptions from the Human Resources Department in the future if we are receiving experts who have an absolute niche competency and if they bring know-how which is missing in the office. In addition, we would like to consider NRL requests when associated project funding is also covered to support one of our strategic priorities. That's the end of my presentation. I would like to just flag to you that the areas where we do need support are spectrum, space sustainability and flight dynamics, lunar, and geospatial expertise. Just so that you have a sense that when we look at our strategy, where is it that we require expertise? These are areas of expertise that we do not necessarily have in the office today and where you can support us. Thank you so much for your attention.
I thank the Director of the Office for Outer Space Affairs for this informative statement. Distinguished delegates, before I turn to the first list of speakers, I would like to inform delegations on developments regarding the proposal for an action team on lunar activities consultations. As I'm informed, there will be one more round of informal consultations led by Romania tomorrow morning in room M3 from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. and we'll consider the proposal under this agenda item at our meeting tomorrow morning. I now return to the list of speakers. The first speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of the European Union. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair and distinguished delegates, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union. The following countries align themselves with this statement: Albania and Ukraine. Chair, the upcoming Summit of the Future in New York provides a key opportunity to put outer space issues high on the international agenda. We encourage all COPUOS members to engage actively in New York to ensure that the Pact for the Future fosters a peaceful, safe, secure and sustainable use of outer space and facilitates the implementation of the Space 2030 agenda and the use of space application and technologies for the achievement of the SDGs. The Pact for the Future should encourage further work on space traffic coordination, space debris and space resource activities. It should encourage the implementation and updating of the existing guidelines for the long-term sustainability of outer space activities within COPUOS. As importantly, the Pact for the Future should urge the Secretary General to strengthen the small UN Office for Outer Space Affairs in its role as Secretariat to COPUOS and its subcommittees, and to ensure that the Office can fully and effectively implement its mandate. In the same spirit, we also support UNOSA Director Ola Maini's proposal to consider holding a Unispace 4 Space Summit in Vienna in 2027. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the European Union for his statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Germany. Please, you have the floor.
Shukran, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, distinguished delegates. This committee remains a unique platform for international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. We appreciate the excellent work of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs in fulfilling multiple challenging tasks and mandates under the UN space treaties and programs, despite having limited resources. Under this agenda item, we would like to address the following points. First, we see a constant rise of important issues to be discussed by a growing number of member states and observers, participating in the committee and its 2 subcommittees. Statements continue to serve as a central vehicle to share information and views on various agenda items. It is our understanding that the COPUOS reports only reflect those views expressed in formal meetings under the respective agenda items or in formal working group sessions prior to the report adoption. Therefore, our delegation will continue to present its views on selected agenda items in oral statements in a concise manner. Additionally, both subcommittees invite written submissions on multiple aspects of their work, and we consider these submissions present an excellent means to share information with other delegations as well as the interested international community. In view of the major task facing us, it is a very bad time not to deliver, also in view of the trust in and expectations of COPUOS that were expressed during the negotiations of the Pact of the Future in New York. Secondly, we welcome the changes that have been made to the agenda of the 2 subcommittees. Like other delegations, we see the need for prudent management of our agenda. Also, in order to make space for substantial working formats such as working groups, action teams, and study groups. We use the opportunity to express our support for the proposal made by the distinguished delegation of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to merge the agenda items of the Legal Subcommittee on Space Traffic Management, Space Debris Mitigation and Remediation, as well as small satellite activities. These items allow us to discuss the subjects of safe and sustainable use of outer space, topics that are of importance for us today and for generations to come. It is our view that merging these agenda items would avoid repetition and allow us to use our limited session time for more focused exchanges. We believe that the title for such a joint agenda item should reflect that all 3 items are continued to be discussed under the merged agenda item. This makes it slightly longer, but emphasizes the comprehensive nature and that no views are left behind. Thirdly, we appreciate that steps are made to increase coordination, interaction, and synergies between the subcommittees on cross-cutting issues, such as through conference room papers from the chair and vice chair of the working group on legal aspects of space resource activities to the STSC. In the future, also the LTS chair could report to the LSC and both working groups to COPUOS. In the past, we proposed under this agenda item to consider addressing cross-cutting issues by both subcommittees and the main committee, as a means to allow for discussions of scientific, technical, and legal aspects at the relevant subcommittee, which are then reported to the main committee. COPUOS would then be in a position to ground its final deliberations on the work and expertise of both its subcommittees. A first topic and testing ground for such integrated discussions could be sustainable lunar activities. Therefore, we support the Romanian proposal for the establishment of a lunar action team, ATLAC, as a means to develop recommendations aimed at improving consultations related to lunar activities, considering the establishment of an international consultation mechanism, following the informal consultations on this proposal during COPUOS STSC, LSC, and the present session here in plenary. Finally, we welcome the proposal of the UNUSA Director for Unispace 4 conference and look forward to receiving more details about the conference, which we understand would be organized on the margins of COPUOS in 2027. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Germany for her statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. Please, you have the floor.
Distinguished Chairperson, the Russian Federation welcomes the idea of holding the Unispace 4 conference in 2027. This idea will require detailed preparation and consensus agreement. Distinguished Chairperson, COPUOS and its subcommittees offer a unique platform to address a broad spectrum of issues related to space activity. The committee's relevancy continues to rise. New challenges arising in outer space mean new approaches are required. The adaptation of existing tools and procedures is also necessary. Against that backdrop, the committee clearly must focus its efforts on the safety and sustainability of space activities. It's also important that discussions and issues within the mandate of COPUOS should remain within COPUOS and not be transferred to parallel processes. That will allow us to preserve the unity and integrity of the committee's work and ensure effective solutions to new challenges and issues as they arise. The Russian Federation is concerned at the current situation of increased competition and influence by private corporations on international space policy. Today, it's not states that control private corporations, but the opposite. Corporations dictate their terms to states and force them to lobby their interests in the international arena. This situation, brought about by competition among private corporations, can lead to serious international conflict. States must not be collared and leashed by the private sector. COPUOS crafts rules, standards and agreements that states use as a framework to govern the activity of private corporations. We reject the attempts by some member states of COPUOS to organise side fora and events to discuss matters pertaining to space activity. COPUOS is an intergovernmental platform with a mandate to address international matters and to represent the positions of states and not individual legal entities. We firmly advocate confining all discussions and decisions on important matters to COPUOS. We underscore the unacceptability of politicising the work of COPUOS, as this will lead to a loss of trust among its members and consequently reduced effectiveness in the discharge of its unique mandate to seek responses to the challenges and threats to human activity in orbit and beyond. Additionally, we would like to raise the issue of the procedure for conducting sessions. The time assigned to discuss important matters should be used rationally. We should refrain from using it for self-promotion or promoting our achievements. Instead, if a state wishes to share with respect to success stories or achievements, it should post information to that effect on the COPUOS website. And then in its statements it should refer to that information. That would allow us to allocate the bulk of our time to the discussion of key problems and craft common positions and solutions. We urge all COPUOS participants to focus on addressing current problems of space activity and to use our session time as effectively as possible. Only thus can we achieve progress and ensure the sustainable and safe use of outer space in the interests of the entire international community. We're deeply concerned at the multiple breaches of procedure at COPUOS. We have a clearly stated procedure for conducting the work of the committee enshrined in such instruments as the rules of procedure of COPUOS, which outlines how sessions should be conducted and the duties of the chair. Unfortunately, we're seeing that the delegations of some countries regularly violate the rules of procedure. They exceed the speaking time when making statements, they interfere in the discussion process, and they depart from the agreed agenda. Such activities undermine the efficiency and productivity of COPUOS's work. We call on all delegations to observe the established rules and procedures so as to enhance the effectiveness of our work and avoid unnecessary politicization of our discussions. Only thus can we successfully address urgent matters and craft shared solutions for the benefit of the long-term sustainability of space activities. A more detailed presentation of the position of the Russian Federation on the issues outlined above is contained in CRP 19. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation for his statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Canada. Please, you have the floor.
Chair, distinguished delegates, Canada wishes to thank the chair of COPUOS and the chairs of the subcommittees for their ongoing efforts to guide the important work of this committee. Canada reiterates its support for COPUOS, its subcommittees, and working groups, in which we have been participating since its inception. Canada acknowledges COPUOS' ongoing instrumental role in developing the global governance and for outer space activities. COPUOS has been successful in safeguarding the peaceful exploration and use of outer space for the benefit of all by adopting a consensus approach to decision-making, which has proved to be essential to advancing the work of the committee and avoiding politicization of the works. In that regard, Canada would like to underline the importance of respecting the committee, the work of the Secretariat, and the views expressed by all member states. We wish to stress the long-standing practice of having a report that presents the information and views brought forward by member states in plenary or formal meeting, where a simultaneous translation is available and discussions are recorded. The discussions happening in informal settings exist to advance the debate, enable transparent and frank exchange, and permit COPUOS to work as a consensus body in formal plenary. We encourage all member states to express their views in their appropriate times and place to facilitate the report drafting process with less debate on procedures and more on content. Chair, distinguished delegates, Canada welcomes efforts by the Secretariat to organize the work of the committee and subcommittees through sequential consideration of agenda items. We encourage all delegations to be prepared to express views on their agenda items they wish to address and to engage in an interactive dialogue regarding issues relevant to space exploration. The exchange of ideas on scientific, technical, and legal issues is the best method available to the committee to promote the peaceful exploration and use of outer space. We support the work of UNUSA to post statements online, to support transparency and confidence building, and within the reach of the committee globally, including to youth and civil society passionate about international diplomacy. The Vienna spirit should be preserved. It served humanity well during our first steps in space exploration and need to be the basis of our next step into the deep space. Thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Canada for her statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Belarus. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Belarus has been a member of COPUOS since 2013. We value the committee's efforts to promote governance of international space activity in accordance with the basic principles of equal participation by states in the exploration and use of outer space for peaceful purposes as defined by the UN. COPUOS, as a UN system body, over the decades has proven its effectiveness and must not be allowed to lose the capacities it has built up and the opportunity it has been given to play a key role in developing internationally acceptable provisions aimed at governing space activities, as well as exercising authority and performing functions mandated to it by the UN. Duplication of the competencies of COPUOS and other working bodies established by the UN, the granting to these bodies of issues in the purview of the committee, in our view, is detrimental to the status and influence of COPUOS. COPUOS should continue to be the only international platform for the discussion of space activities and for the development of international norms to govern it. At the present time, space activity is developing at a very fast clip. Increasing numbers of states are becoming spacefaring nations and have their own interests in space. In that connection, we believe that it's time to update the international legal framework based on current and future trends in space exploration. In that connection, we welcome the establishment of the Working Group on Space Resources and the active discussion of exploration of the Moon and other celestial bodies. Belarus has in orbit 3 space vehicles. They are used solely for peaceful purposes, and we want to ensure their safety and that of other vehicles planned to be launched into space. Safety is a crucial factor in the long-term sustainability of space activity. International governance of the long-term sustainability of space activities and the prevention of the militarization of outer space are important factors in ensuring the safety of space activities. It's necessary to develop internationally legally binding instruments to preserve outer space free of all types of weapons and to guarantee the known use of force or threat thereof with respect to space objects of any state. Belarus consistently advocates for the preservation of outer space as a peaceful environment accessible to all states that wish to explore and use outer space for social and economic development purposes. This will require that states refrain from placing any kind of weapons in space. In that connection, my country advocates for the maintenance on the agenda of the item on finding ways and means to preserve space for peaceful purposes, and the topic of dark and quiet skies, which has to do with the deployment of mega constellations, including commercial ones, and their use only for the declared peaceful purposes. My country reiterates its unwavering commitment to and readiness to adhere to the guidelines on the long-term sustainability of space activities, which were adopted by COPUOS in June 2019. We commend the STSC Working Group's efforts to craft guidelines to govern the long-term sustainability and safety of space activity that are acceptable to the entire international space community. We also need to note that politicization of discussions during this session of COPUOS and in past sessions of its subcommittees is not in line with the mandate of the committee or the agenda of the sessions, and is detrimental to the productivity of the work of the bodies. We urge delegations to stick to the agenda and only raise issues that have been agreed in the agenda. Thank you.
Statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom. Please, you have the floor.
Chair, distinguished delegates. Please allow me to set out the view of the United Kingdom on the future role of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. The United Kingdom has taken a leading role on the sustainability, security and safety of outer space. Along with other delegations, we believe that COPUOS has a crucial role in ensuring the ongoing sustainability and peaceful use of the space environment. We believe that COPUOS is an example of how to build constructive discussions about issues that affect us all and which will define our common future. For these reasons, and to echo other member states, we welcome the fact that the committee continues to grow in terms of new members and new observers. We look forward to hearing from member states from across all regional groups to understand their priorities and to understand our part in enhancing the cooperation and peaceful uses of outer space. The UK has actively engaged in cross-regional discussions here in Vienna to better understand how we might utilise COPUOS in new, improved ways. Our hope is to create the space for increased interaction between member states, including through informal discussion by creating room for our experts to speak to each other and to consider new agenda items and the concerns of our new members, whilst retaining the valuable discussions here. We are pleased to see that we have a diverse range of observers represented at COPUOS and its subcommittees. The peaceful and sustainable use of outer space does not concern governments alone. We share the view that we should do more to fully engage the private sector and the scientific community. We would encourage delegations to consider including non-governmental actors as part of their delegations throughout the COPUOS meeting cycle. We are pleased to have non-governmental representatives on our delegation at this session. We collectively agreed in the Omnibus resolution to pursue greater engagement with industry and private sector entities to further their support for and contributions to the overall work of the office. The UK believes that sharing experience, ideas and creating a common vision is one of the defining benefits of the multilateral system. Along with other delegations, we would also like to see greater gender parity and diversity of delegation. Chair, the UK stands ready to engage in an active debate under this agenda item, to hear the ideas of all member states, aimed at further improving the wonderful platform we have in Vienna, and to find new ways to discuss our common goals of finding ever more peaceful and sustainable uses of outer space. We believe that this would be of great value to all member states, and we are ready to engage constructively and in the spirit of openness. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom for her statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of the United States. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would first like to express my delegation thanks to UNUSA and Director Halameini for the successful and informative Sustainable Lunar Activities Conference last week. We support finding new and innovative ways to facilitate multi-stakeholder dialogues on the challenges we face in outer space and efforts to foster more interactive conversations. We'd also like to thank Romania for leading the effort to establish an action team on lunar activities consultations, as well as the Republic of Korea's ongoing support for this initiative, which continues to help move it forward. We hope all delegations can put their differences aside and support the adoption of the proposal this session. My delegation has also appreciated the robust conversations on how the committee and its subcommittees discuss and address the challenges posed by the increasing number of space objects in orbit, and we thank the German, Japanese, and Argentinian delegations for their efforts in advancing this conversation earlier this year. We also welcomed the opportunity to participate, along with representatives from India and the European Union, in 2 productive space situational awareness training events in June, which were part of the United Kingdom-funded awareness raising and capacity building related to the implementation of the Guidelines for the Long-Term Sustainability of Outer Space Activities project. These events included practical demonstrations for spacecraft operators on resources to improve the safety of their operations. Building upon these efforts, the United States was pleased to organize a side event on space situational awareness activities and global coordination last week, which underscored the importance of international cooperation among national and regional hubs providing SSA information and services to spacecraft operators, with governmental offerings augmented by a global commercial SSA sector. The committee should benefit from the latest research, practical experience, and scientific practice through wider engagement with non-state actors, including the private sector and scientific community. As we continue these discussions within the committee, we would welcome the UN Office for Outer Space Affairs to use its unique convening ability to host additional discussions on space situational awareness and space traffic coordination, and for those discussions to feed into the UN COPUOS STSC. Additionally, as the number of space launches and satellites in orbit increases, coordination between the committee and the governing bodies of other relevant elements of the UN system becomes increasingly important. In this regard, my delegation would welcome further discussions between the International Telecommunication Union, International Civil Aviation Organization, and UN COPUOS and UNUSA on these matters to promote a shared understanding of our respective roles and responsibilities, as well as a way forward on addressing challenges that are best addressed by working together. Chair, my delegation welcomes the recently released Gender Mainstreaming Toolkit, which aims to bring about meaningful improvements for gender equality in the global space community. We thank Canada and UNUSA for hosting the most recent Space for Women expert meeting and look forward to participating in the upcoming session hosted by Kenya. My delegation also welcomes the pending adoption of an agenda item at the STSC focused on dark and quiet skies and looks forward to actively engaging on this topic. We also thank Chile and Spain for their leadership in the Group of Friends for Dark and Quiet Skies. Chair, my delegation appreciates the effort by many in this committee to find ways to improve the efficiency of UN COPUOS processes and procedures and welcomes the opportunity to explore new and innovative ways to do so. As we have recently seen, the path to consensus remains challenging, but my delegation remains committed to maintaining a cordial and professional atmosphere in the committee, where we set aside political posturing and cynical tactics to deliver practical solutions to advance international cooperation and the peaceful uses of outer space. Chair, my delegation also looks forward to participating in the upcoming Summit of the Future and working to ensure the Pact for the Future outcome document advances the security, safety, and sustainability of outer space through multi-stakeholder dialogues. Such a dialogue has the potential to reinforce UN COPUOS's unique platform for international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space for current and future generations. We would also like to express our appreciation for the work of UNUSA in Portugal in hosting the Management and Sustainability of Outer Space Activities Conference in Lisbon earlier this year, and for Portugal's development of the Lisbon Declaration, which pushes for greater cooperation and coordination in space by all actors. Thank you very much, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United States for his statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of China. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, In recent years, the continuous development of space science and technology and space activities and growing activities of non-governmental activities have presented higher requirements for global governance for outer space. China supports the efforts of COPUOS in continuing to improve its method of work in order to better perform its functions as the main platform for global governance for outer space and to advance the peaceful uses of outer space. China is of the view that, first of all, the core status of COPUOS should be maintained. As the main platform of the UN for peaceful uses of outer space, COPUOS should continue to play a leading role in the formulation, interpretation, and application of outer space rules and in international cooperation. The processes outside UN can play supplementary roles. At the same time, it is also necessary for COPUOS to strengthen coordination with other processes within the UN system to address space-related matters in accordance with their respective mandates. Second, new challenges in outer space should be addressed actively. Recently, the rapid growth of low-orbit mega-satellite constellations has produced impact on spacecraft launches, space object safety, and astronomical observations. A number of proposals made in the working group on the 5 outer space treaties aimed at improving the registration of satellite constellations and merit further study and discussions. China welcomes the decision at this year's session of the SDC to include an item entitled Quiet and Dark Skies to the agenda of its regular sessions for 2025 to 2029, and believes this will contribute to better research on and resolution of related issues. In recent years, there have been active national lunar exploration activities posing challenges to long-term sustainability of lunar activities. China supports the establishment of Action Team on Lunar Activities consultation within the United Nations Committee of Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. We believe this will be conducive for coordinating the lunar activities and for the long-term sustainability of lunar activities. We would like to thank Romania for its fruitful work and are ready to make positive contribution to the work of this action team. Third, capacity building should be strengthened. The COPUOS has achieved remarkable results in building scientific and legal capacity in outer space and should continue to support the role of the regional centers for space science and technology education affiliated to the UN and to strengthen cooperation among different centers. It is also necessary to consider the actual needs of developing countries and emerging spacefaring countries, fully mobilize resources from all sectors through international cooperation, and carry out more diversified capacity building activities. China has been committed to supporting relevant capacity building projects carried out by the Regional Center for Space Science and Technology Education for Asia Pacific and also the UN-SPIDER Beijing office, and stands ready to continue to contribute in this regard. Finally, China hopes that coordination and interactions between the two subcommittees continue to be strengthened. We also hope to see that Vienna spirit, consensus, friendly cooperation continue to be reflected in the work of COPUOS. I would like to take this opportunity to thank once again the UN-WUSA for its tremendous efforts in supporting the work of the committee and the two subcommittees. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of China for his statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of France. Please, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, France actively supports the work of COPUOS and its subcommittees. We welcome the progress that has enabled us to rationalize the agenda and assure the smooth functioning of COPUOS and its subcommittees. And we can see how vital they are and how they are able to adapt to new realities. France will continue to participate actively in thoughts on rationalization to improve the effectiveness of our work. We are also attached to the efficiency and inclusivity of debate, respecting rules and working methods established. COPUOS, the subcommittees and working groups, mean we can talk about different challenges. My delegation is particularly attached to the work of the group on long-term sustainability of outer space activities. That group is well adapted to the analysis of new themes, especially in the last of its 3 pillars, that deals with specific areas where progress is necessary for the whole space nation community in order to guarantee long-term sustainability. We welcome the initiative of the Romanian delegation for consultations on lunar activities and coordination therein. We support the action team as listed in CRP 12 in the corresponding document. Chair, as has already been mentioned, several subjects studied by the two subcommittees and working groups have some shared elements, and perhaps there could be more coordination to deal with these cross-cutting issues. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of France for his statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, according to Resolution 1472 by the General Assembly, the main functions or goals of COPUOS are to foster international cooperation for the exploration and use of outer space for peaceful purposes so that all states can enjoy the benefits of those activities. That is why COPUOS, through its scientific, technical, and legal work, should be the only forum and body for international dialogue and exchange of information on the exploration and use of outer space. In that regard, this delegation believes that COPUOS should continue to be focused on the study and codification of space law, strengthening the principles upon which states' space activities are based, strengthening its function as a promoter of development of space law and regulating activities in space. This would guarantee freedom of exploration, use and peaceful use of outer space, as well as benefiting from space technology in equal conditions and to the benefit of all countries. Because space technology and science should be for the benefit of all, and we should avoid the commercialization and privatization of space activities. Therefore, COPUOS needs to strengthen its links with the main institutions of the United Nations so that there can be more advice and more cooperation with experts on important subjects such as nuclear energy, disarmament, legal aspects, and others. It's also important to have capacity building in emerging countries so that they can contribute with good practices in the space arena and benefit from the applications resulting from space technology for the benefit of all nations. And we should evaluate mechanisms so that the larger space nations can support the construction and strengthening of knowledge and technical skills. The constant evolution of space activities reveals the need for effective regulation through binding instruments on subjects such as demilitarization in all its forms in outer space, legal regime, lack of delimitation, monopolization of exploration and use, a trend towards commercializing outer space, and issues of intellectual property, to name but a few. Finally, our delegation believes that to achieve greater efficiency within COPUOS, we should consider designing and implementing procedures that would generate a more active debate on subjects which interest us and decision-making which would correspond to this international forum. So this delegation thinks that measures that have been taken for a more efficient agenda gives the possibility for working groups to have more time within formal sessions with interpretation services. Please allow me, Chair, to reiterate the commitment of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela to the work of COPUOS and its subsidiary bodies in its study, analysis, development and dissemination of space activities. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela for her statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair and distinguished delegates. As a country actively engaged in lunar exploration activities, the Republic of Korea recognizes the importance of international cooperation for safe and sustainable lunar exploration. We also believe that this committee should serve as a platform to discuss such issues. The Republic of Korea, more than any other states, recognizes the importance of this issue. As we shared at the UN Conference on Sustainable Lunar Activities organized by UNUSA last week, and through the technical presentation we delivered last week, Korea Pathfinder Lunar Orbiter (KPLO) has had more than 40 collision risk alerts and conducted 3 collision avoidance maneuvers in the past year and a half of its operation. In that regard, the Republic of Korea participated in a panel discussion at the conference last week and also financially supported the simultaneous interpretation service in the official languages of the United Nations, as well as the launch reception. We would like to take this opportunity to thank UNUSA for their initiative in organizing this important event. By providing a forum for dialogue between relevant stakeholders within the COPUOS framework, we believe the conference helped to raise the community's awareness of the importance of sustainable lunar exploration and to find common ground between different perspectives on this topic. However, it is only the beginning, and we recognize the need for a platform to initiate discussions on sustainable lunar exploration within the COPUOS framework. To that end, the Republic of Korea co-sponsored Romania's proposal to establish the Action Team for Lunar Activities Consultation (ATLAC). The Conference Room Paper 12, which we submitted together with Romania, was revised and shared with member states during this session of COPUOS. We understand that further informal consultations will take place before the committee formally endorses the establishment of ATLAC. We hope that other member states will support this initiative and that consensus will be reached to establish ATLAC during this session. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea for her statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Ukraine. Please, you have the floor.
Distinguished Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, the committee and its subsidiary bodies are the only platform in the United Nations system for a comprehensive discussion of issues related to the peaceful use of outer space, including the moon and other celestial bodies. Given the increasing use of modern space technologies, the importance of committee as a unique platform for coordinating international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space, and as the main international body dealing with the issues related to space activities should be increasing. Therefore, we believe it is important to further deepen cooperation between the scientific and technical subcommittee and the legal subcommittee within the framework of the committee's work, including the context of cybersecurity issues related to outer space activities. Given the growing number of space activity entities and the quality of space projects, we should also pay attention to the issues of legal regulation of space traffic within the committee's work. Today, space assets have become an integral part of the national security strategies of most states. The announced projects that have been implemented or have been implemented in 2023 shows that states are increasingly including outer space and space technologies in their strategic and tactical technical plans. So far, the Outer Space Treaty as a space constitution and the 4 other space treaties that form the body of the modern space legal order have managed to keep outer space free of military confrontations. However, the deformation of international law, due to the actions of the Russian Federation in particular, emphasizes the importance of updating the existing norms by streamlining them and aligning them with existing and future relations in the peaceful exploration and use of outer space. The current stage clearly demonstrates that the development of actual relations in the exploration and use of outer space has surpassed the level of legal regulation laid down in the 5 United Nations treaties on outer space. That is why the role of the committee is of great relevance, and it is a forum for exchange of views and the development of legal, scientific and technical discourses reflecting the development of activities related to the peaceful use of outer space in general and international space law in particular. We would also welcome the increased role of the Committee on Outer Space in maintaining the peaceful uses of outer space. The introduction of new space actors and the growing presence of the private sector shows that space is no longer just a political sphere of state activity. But on the other hand, it makes space a more controversial arena of ambitions, interests and goals. For the stability of international space order and its development, as well as for the sound national public management of space activities, there is a need to strengthen joint effort at the level of the committee among all relevant concerned parties. The goal of such efforts is to ensure that the exploration and use of outer space, including the moon and other celestial bodies, is carried out for the benefit and in the interest of all countries, regardless of their level of economic and scientific development. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ukraine for his statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Indonesia. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indonesia takes notes and welcomes the increasing number of requests to become member states and observers of COPUOS in the last 2 subcommittee meetings. We also acknowledge that there are plenty of relevant issues that are yet to be further discussed in our meetings. To smoothen and accelerate the discussions, Indonesia encourages the committee to consider to establish ad hoc expert groups with their respective work plans. Mr. Chair, at the last session, Indonesia noted that the committee agreed that member countries should actively consider streamlining the committee's agenda. Referring to this agreement, Indonesia is of the view that the space and water and space and climate change agendas can be integrated into the agenda item Space and Sustainable Development. These agendas share similar aspects. Both are interconnected with the Space and Sustainable Development Agenda, and eventually they aim to achieve the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. Furthermore, Indonesia is of the view that it is necessary to coordinate discussions on several STSC and LSC agendas, such as long-term sustainability, small satellite, and space traffic management. Mr. Chair, Indonesia took note of the Romania's proposal regarding the establishment of Action Team on Lunar Activities Consultation, or ATLAC, submitted at the 61st session of the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee and the 63rd session of the Legal Subcommittee, both held in 2024, to study a potential consultative mechanisms for lunar activities within the framework of the committee. Indonesia supports further development of the proposal to establish the ATLAC initiative, including the consideration of its priority topics. In this case, Indonesia views the importance of international cooperation in related fields, which is supported by UNOSA. My delegation will join the discussion on the proposal to hold Unispace 4 conference in 2027. We wish that the conference could be a venue to advance the discussions related to the peaceful uses of outer space, especially for the benefits of developing countries. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Indonesia for her statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Mexico. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Mexico supports the work of COPUOS. At plenary, its subcommittees, both of them. Chair, we don't realize, at least that's what it seems to me, just how important UN-USA is for coordinating all these bodies and activities that we carry out between sessions. If there were only 50 seats and 60 delegates, or if only Chinese and Spanish and English were available, we wouldn't be able to do things. I've sometimes seen how important the work of UN-USA is. Mexico supports what the Director General of UN-USA has said, and we agree with the idea of Unispace 4 in 2027. Hopefully, at our October meeting, we can secure that. Unispace 50 took place in 2018. It was chaired by Mexico, and these fora are so important, not just to bring together all the COPUOS people, but to bring diplomats, ministers, heads of state and government, and you need a high-level meeting for that. I would like to share some ideas with you regarding the adoption of decisions and recommendations. There have been events that have been challenging for our current working methods. We truly appreciate the principle of consensus. It's not a principle, it's a method of voting. It has been essential for our decision-making. However, we need to think about how to improve our response capacity and decision-making in critical situations. Mexico proposed this in the past, and I'd like to reiterate it here. We recommend that COPUOS should consider exploring additional options, such as the possible adoption of similar mechanisms to those used at other international fora, including the UN General Assembly, where a qualified majority has been efficient at key moments. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Mexico for her statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Italy. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Italy aligns itself to the statement delivered by the European Union, but allow me to add a few remarks in our national capacity. Mr. Chair, we have in front of us an era of unprecedented opportunities and challenges for space activities. New technologies are increasing our capabilities to explore and utilize the outer space and to improve the quality of life on Earth. Fortunately, those technologies are also increasingly accessible. In order to preserve space as a safe and secure environment and to ensure that space activities are sustainable, we need to strengthen the international cooperation in this field. And in this endeavor, we strongly believe that this committee is key and should keep its unique role and its leadership by addressing with courage and vision the most pressing issues. With the working groups on long-term sustainability 2.0 and on space resources, we are demonstrating that we are capable of such vision. The proposal for an action team on lunar activities consultation, ATLAC, which we welcome, is yet another example. It is now time to start planning for the next steps. In order to initiate concrete actions around critical space issues, Italy supports UNOSA Director's proposal to hold a Unispace 4 Space Summit in Vienna in 2027, a year that will also mark the 60th anniversary of the Outer Space Treaty. Mr. Chair, turning to the methods of work of the committee, allow me at the outset to stress that this august body is unique first and foremost because it gathers space experts, scientists and lawyers from member states and observers, and because it works according to the principle of consensus. Such expertise and such methods of work are not replaceable anywhere else in the UN system. And this is the reason why the report of the committee and the annual General Assembly resolution on international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space, which draws from the work of this committee, are the key UN documents in the peaceful space sector. It is vital to respect the division of labor between the COPUOS and the UN fora mandated to tackle security issues in outer space, which necessarily follow different dynamics. Nevertheless, we believe that when it comes to the peaceful use of outer space, COPUOS should remain the center of all substantive discussions, and we should all avoid unnecessary duplications, in particular when presenting draft projects of resolution. Mr. Chair, allow me to conclude with a very practical proposal for consideration of the committee. We have witnessed in the past 2 years, after the resumption of the usual organization of work in the post-pandemic, that the legal subcommittee has been able to advance its agenda more than comfortably during its 10 working days. On the other hand, the main committee keeps struggling with its working pace, having only 8 working days. Having in mind the budget constraints that the UN and UNOSA face, I would then propose to consider convening the next sessions of the legal subcommittee for 8 working days and the next sessions of the COPUOS for 10 working days. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Italy for his statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Belgium. Please, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Chair. Chair, my delegation aligns itself with the statement made by the distinguished representative of the European Union. We would like to make the following comments in our national capacity. The proposal of the Director of UN-USA of organizing a Unispace 4 conference in 2027 is certainly worth discussing. Exploration and use of outer space require specific attention at the highest level of government. We welcome the growing number of COPUOS members, which shows just how important space activities and international cooperation in space are. This growing number, however, means we need to think about how to better use our time, to better benefit from available expertise at our meetings, and to better promote the exchange of knowledge and expertise. My delegation supports the proposal made by the Netherlands to bring together certain agenda items of the legal subcommittee when they're on the same subject. The fact there are different stakeholders in COPUOS is essential for guaranteeing inclusive and effective governance of outer space by not just involving member states, but also other stakeholders such as the private sector, academia, the scientific community, and civil society. We can benefit from many different perspectives and a lot more expertise to deal with challenges. We would like to support the German proposal to set up a study group on space traffic. To conclude, Belgium reaffirms its commitment to COPUOS and its goals. We are ready to cooperate with all members to improve our working methods and to guarantee that COPUOS can continue to play a pivotal role in the governance of outer space. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Belgium for her statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Argentina. Please, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished Chair, distinguished representatives, as we have already said in the past, my country, Argentina, supports the work of COPUOS and its subcommittees. We've been working now for more than 60 decades with an increase in space stakeholders. More and more countries join this forum, and we appreciate the contributions made by permanent observers. That is why we know that COPUOS is pivotal for the peaceful use of outer space and the work for global governance of outer space activities. We advocate consensus, including when writing our reports, which guide our work every year. Regarding functioning, we have seen progress made with regards to going paperless and 5 minutes for statements. We have been able to better manage available time of interpretation services so that all languages can use their own language and be more inclusive and productive in our debates, especially in the working groups. Insofar as possible, we would like to analyze the possibility of having interpretation in the informal meetings. We acknowledge the efforts made with regards to international regulations. This has led to significant progress, and that should continue. Under the current agenda item, as we have seen in the subcommittees, we analyse proposals to strengthen the role of COPUOS in the progress made. One of those is Romania's suggestion on an action team for lunar activities, ATLAC in English, to have a consultative international mechanism where progress has been made, and we hope this continues. This will foster transparency and confidence, avoid interference, and boost international cooperation. Finally, my delegation welcomes the organization of meetings parallel to the plenary without any overlap. That means we can all attend other events. And to close, UN-USA makes a very valuable contribution, and as does the Secretariat, and we take note of the opening words of the Director at the beginning of this session. And we hope sooner or later we'll need to strengthen the work and structure of COPUOS, as it is an indispensable tool for the peaceful uses of outer space.
The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Portugal. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished representatives, in 2022, during the 65th session of the Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space, Portugal proposed to organize with UNOSA a conference on the management and sustainability of outer space activities. During the last year, session of this committee and following the publishment of the Policy Brief 7 for All Humanity, the Future of Outer Space Governance from the UN Secretary-General, Portugal submit a conference room paper 21 detailing the modalities of the conference, having as a goal to provide contributions that can form an input to the summit of the future. With that goal in mind, and to foster a multi-stakeholder dialogue, the conference was preceded by two preparatory virtual symposiums. The first symposium addressed technical issues related to the sustainability of outer space activities and was held in November and reported to the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee in the CRP 34. The second virtual symposium, comprising the sessions on the policy and legal aspects of sustainability of space activities, was held in March and reported to the Legal Subcommittee in the CRP 33. These preparatory events fed into the United Nations Portugal Conference on the Management and Sustainability of Outer Space Activities that was held in Lisbon between 14 and 15 of May, also addressing the future of governance of outer space activities. The conference report is presented to this COPUOS session through the document A/AC 105/1315, available in all official languages. We would like to highlight that the conference was attended by 260 individuals and 54 United Nations member states registered to participate in the conference. This was also a great opportunity for UN member states that are not yet COPUOS members to engage in discussions space-related. To consolidate all the inputs from the different sessions in a single document, a drafting group was established that included member states designated by some regional groups. At the 63rd session of the Legal Subcommittee, a first version of the document was published as a non-paper. During that session, several interactions were conducted between Portugal, the regional groups, the Group of 77 and China, and several member states, aiming to stream views and wording suggestions. The Lisbon Declaration on Outer Space is the result of all these interactions and is brought to this committee as a conference room paper presented in CRP A/AC 105/2024/CRP.25. This declaration, through 6 points, underlines the importance of ensuring that outer space remains a safe, sustainable, and inclusive domain for generations to come. I'm happy to convey to this conference that this conference room paper is co-sponsored by Australia, Austria, Belgium, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, France, Germany, Ghana, Greece, Italy, Morocco, Romania, Slovenia, Spain, Switzerland, United States of America, and Uruguay. Tomorrow, the updated list of co-sponsors will be uploaded. We would like to thank all member states and stakeholders for their involvement and contributions in this journey, and we trust that this wide multi-stakeholder outer space dialogue and the Lisbon Declaration outer space can be of helpful assistance to member states in the process leading to the Summit of the Future, and most important, beyond it. Also, during the conference in Lisbon, the Undersecretary General Guy Ryder launched the idea of organizing the 4th Unispace. Portugal supports the non-paper by UNOSA regarding the organization of the Unispace 4 in 2027. Portugal also welcomes and supports the ATLAC initiative, hoping that it can be proceed during this session, as well the Quiet and Dark Skies as an agenda item. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Portugal for his statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of South Africa. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So South Africa also supports new initiatives that enhance cooperation amongst COPUOS member states, with specific reference to developing countries. In this regard, we commend the hosting of the recent Lunar Conference, which provided a diverse representation of voices in the space sector. We'd also like to thank COPUOS for trying to be more inclusive and diverse when fielding panelists, and we would like to see more representation of African countries in these panels. Chair, we express our appreciation for capacity building and technical assistance provided through the UN SPIDER regional program to assist African countries leverage space technologies and applications. In this regard, we wish to express our appreciation to Nigeria, Kenya, Egypt, Algeria, and Morocco for participating in a side event with focus on how Africa can address developmental priorities through space applications. We wish to see more events organized on how COPUOS can contribute to this development agenda. We also wish to see large spacefaring nations help support developing countries achieve this objective. Mr. Chair, we are pleased with the finalization of the agenda item on dark and quiet skies, which will provide a platform for member states to exchange views. The preservation of dark and quiet skies is not only essential for astronomical research, but also holds immense cultural significance for numerous African communities. Africa's geographical advantage with some of the world's darkest skies positions the continent as a prime location for astronomical work and research. Along the same lines, we thank Canada for developing the first ever gender mainstreaming toolkit for the space sector. We appreciate the efforts undertaken to provide practical and voluntary practices to enhance the participation and inclusivity of women in all space-related activities, including STEM education. We consider these types of initiatives as value addition to the work of COPUOS. We look forward to the 5th edition in Kenya and how it can inspire African women to take up greater opportunities in the space sector. We also join other delegations in supporting the holding of the Unispace 4 conference to deliberate on critical issues facing the space sector and helping to promote peaceful uses of outer space to the benefit of developing countries. We commend Portugal and UNOSA for hosting the UN Lisbon Conference on the management and sustainability of outer space activities. We could also support the proposal to merge space and water, space and climate change under the broader umbrella of space and sustainable development to enhance efficiency and streamline work in the committee as proposed by Indonesia. Mr. Chair, to conclude, Africa is a growing space actor, and we would like to see COPUOS pay more attention to the needs of African countries and to render assistance to help them on their space journey to create a better life for their citizens. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of South Africa for her statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished observer of the Secure World Foundation. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, COPUOS now has 102 member states and a growing list of intergovernmental and non-governmental observers. This is a welcome development, as it further solidifies this committee as the principal forum in the UN system for deliberations on the peaceful uses of outer space and on the extension and progressive development of the rule of law to outer space. However, with its increasing size, COPUOS must remain an agile and responsive forum. On the basis of consensus and with the Vienna spirit, COPUOS must discuss and deliberate on current and emerging issues in a productive and efficient manner, including at least in the adoption of reports and on the agreement on the creation of working groups and their mandates. Each year, each subcommittee meets for 2 weeks, and this main committee for only a week and a half. With this limited amount of time available to discuss a wide range of pressing matters on our agenda, now further constrained by the challenging financial conditions facing the United Nations, efficient and results-oriented contributions by member states and permanent observers are of the utmost importance. We take note of this agenda item as an opportunity to address these challenges and encourage member states to make proposals under this item which might serve to update the methods of work of this committee to enhance its effectiveness and agility. Topics to be addressed could include ways of streamlining the finalization of reports, the consideration of how the permanent observers could better support the deliberations and work of this committee, and the consideration of ways and means of allowing more opportunities for structured engagement of COPUOS with the private sector while fully respecting the status of this committee as a forum of states. And lastly, there may be opportunities for more intercessional work, especially on matters that lend themselves to virtual and offline engagement by delegations. Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates and observers, the Secure World Foundation looks forward to continuing to support this committee's efforts to achieve and sustain the continued peaceful uses of outer space. Thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished observer of the Secure World Foundation for his statement. We'll continue and conclude our consideration of Agenda Item 14, Future Role and Method of Work of the Committee, tomorrow morning to hear about the outcomes of the informal consultations on lunar mechanism proposal. Distinguished delegates, now I would like to begin our consideration of Agenda Item 15, Space Exploration and Innovation. The first speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Thailand. Please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, in recent years, Thailand has placed a growing emphasis on the development of space technology. We are committed in building and strengthening our capability in this exciting field. On 5th April 2024, the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation of Thailand signed 2 memorandums of understanding with China National Space Administration. These agreements focus on cooperation in exploration and use of outer space for peaceful purposes, and cooperation in International Lunar Research Station. Thailand views this collaboration as an opportunity to contribute advancements in deep space technology, particularly in the areas such as lunar and Mars exploration, space missions related to the International Lunar Research Station, as well as space situation awareness and space traffic management. We believe these joint efforts will not only enhance scientific understanding, but also foster human resource development in crucial sectors. Investing in essential infrastructure for space activity remains a priority for Thailand. In this spirit, we partner with Korea Aerospace Research Institute to conduct a feasibility study on the establishment of spaceport in Thailand. This study, now successfully completed, identifies potential locations, operational models, and services for the spaceport, including valuable knowledge on launch vehicles and related engineering. We believe a spaceport has potential to become a powerful engine for our future economy, and serve as a front door to our nation's exploration of the universe. The feasibility study will prove instrumental in guiding policy decisions and planning subsequent space programs. At the end of the last year, the National Space Policy Committee of Thailand approved the proposal on Thailand joining the Artemis Accords, the principle to guide sustainable civil space exploration. The proposal on signing the accord will be proposed to the Cabinet soon. We recognize the potential of lunar missions to not only provide us with new knowledge about Earth and space, but also to further strengthen our space technology capabilities. Mr. Chair, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates, a robust space exploration program requires a strong foundation of national understanding and support. Space exploration offers a multitude of benefits, from fostering innovative technologies that can improve our daily lives to creating exciting new business opportunities. Ultimately, Thailand envisions a space program driven by peaceful intentions, one that delivers positive outcomes for all humanity. We hope that future space exploration missions will continue to cultivate curiosity in the next generation, inspiring them to reach beyond what we can currently imagine. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Thailand for her statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation, Mrs. Ekaterina Ranyuk. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Russian Federation welcomes the hosting of the UN conference on sustainable activity on the moon. We're grateful to UN-USA for having organized that very important and useful event. Distinguished Chairperson, space is a source of innovative technologies that find applications in the most varied domains of everyday life. Space industry develops new materials, new methods of processing data, new communication and navigation and other systems, and all of that benefits not just the space industry, but also medicine, transport, agriculture, and other spheres. The Russian Federation is actively involved in space research via its own scientific missions and via cooperation with partner countries in the framework of international space projects. Innovation is a key element of the International Space Station, and space vehicles in the context of applied scientific experiments in the fields of space biology and medicine, robotics and mechatronics, digital platforms and AI for the management of complex technical systems and operation of high-yield energy systems and micro-instruments. In 2023, the Russian Federation carried out its crewed space flight program and international obligations regarding the the operation of the ISS, including the agreement on cross flights of Russian cosmonauts on US crewed vessels and US astronauts on Russian crewed vessels. The Russian Federation's government approved the extended participation of Russia in the ISS to 2028. Further participation will depend on the physical condition of the ISS. We call for enhanced international cooperation in the field of space scientific research. Joint projects such as the ISS are a shining example of how the combined efforts of different countries can achieve great outcomes. We firmly believe that increased use of such initiatives will foster enhanced trust and understanding. Chairperson, in 2027 to 2032, we plan to deploy a new modular national Russian orbital station. Our project is open to international cooperation. It is an opportunity for our international partners to train and send cosmonauts into near-Earth orbit and to build and operate their own orbital modules. In basic space research, we continue to carry out the Space X-ray Observatory Spectrum RG, which was successfully launched into space in 2019. Chairperson, the Russian Federation cooperates fruitfully with the People's Republic of China in the framework of the International Lunar Research Station and welcomes the accession to that project of South Africa, the Republic of Azerbaijan, the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, the Republic of Belarus, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and also the participation of the United Arab Emirates, Argentina, Brazil, and non-government organizations. And new participants are lining up to join that project as well. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation, and my apologies for mismanagement of the name of the speaker. The next speaker on my list is the representative of Canada, Madame Laura-Alex Marcus. Vous avez la parole.
Chair, distinguished delegates, in the last year, we saw incredible acceleration of capabilities bringing humanity back to the moon and beyond. We would like to congratulate Japan, India, and the United States for the successful mission to the lunar surface in the last year, and for the innovation and leadership in this new era. Now more than ever, there is a need to safeguard space sustainability, accessibility for the benefit of all, and continue to work within established rules and guidelines to ensure the peaceful exploration and use of outer space. COPUOS remain the cornerstone of these important works. Chair, Canada is gearing up its national space exploration capacity. In 2023, Canada announced $1.1 billion to continue its participation to the International Space Station up to 2030, where for more than 22 years, space explorers have lived and worked continuously in low orbit. Since its launch, the ISS has been visited by more than 250 people and will soon be home to another Canadian, Colonel Joshua Kotrick, who was selected to participate in a long-duration flight to the ISS and will launch no earlier than the beginning of 2025. Colonel Kotrick will be the first Canadian to fly under NASA's Commercial Crew Program aboard the Boeing CSA-100 Starliner. We also wish to take this opportunity to congratulate NASA for the successful first crew test flight of the Starliner to the International Space Station. This is an important milestone in advancing the Commercial Crew Program. In 2023, Canada also announced funding for Canada's science utilization of the Lunar Gateway and the development of the lunar utility vehicles as a first step towards Canadian participation in international lunar exploration to support lunar surface logistics and science. The lunar utility vehicle will strive to leverage innovation, highlight interoperability, and support Canadian industry. More recently, in 2024, the government announced $8.6 million for the Lunar Exploration Accelerator Programs, LEAP, to help accelerate the development of new technologies. LEAP empowers Canada to leverage space to solve everyday challenges, such as enhancing remote healthcare services and improving access to healthy food in remote communities, while also supporting Canada's human spaceflight program. The focus of the future of the human spaceflight ensures Canada will continue to be an active, visible, and sought-after partner in incoming international space missions, such as the Artemis mission, the Lunar Gateway, and the continuation of the ISS, which sustain and strengthen our leadership internationally. Chair, as humanity is preparing to establish long-term presence on the moon and engage in even more ambitious space missions, the cost, complexities, and risk of supplying resources from Earth are becoming a limiting factor. Space research activities offer a potential solution for living and working in space. In January 2024, the Canadian Space Agency launched, in parallel with the United Kingdom Space Agency, the Aqualunar Challenge to develop new technologies aimed at purifying water on the moon for human deep space missions. Water is not only essential to sustain life, but is also a critical resource for space exploration to support the production of food, oxygen, and rocket fuel. The processes developed could also help advance water purification here on Earth and better understand how to ensure sustainability of space activities. Chair, distinguished delegates, Multilateralism is at the core of this space exploration. Canada hosted the Artemis Accord workshop from May 21 to 23, 2024 to discuss how to implement the principles of transparency, data sharing, and interoperability within the Accord, amongst others, and how to bring this work forward into COPUOS. It is important that the principles governing deep space exploration are shared and understood by all to ensure safety and sustainability. We wish to thank all of the countries that participated in these discussions. We would welcome discussion with non-signatories to ensure this conversation is as broad as possible. We also encourage all signatories to share the progress within COPUOS as a central body for discussing the peaceful use of outer space. The peaceful exploration and use of outer space is an exciting juncture, and we must work together to ensure its sustainability for the benefit of all, including future generations. Thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Canada for her statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Italy. Please, you have the floor.
Honourable Chair, distinguished delegates, Italy stands proudly at the forefront of space exploration and innovation, driven by a long-standing commitment to scientific excellence, technological advancement, a robust industrial ecosystem, and international cooperation. Since the launch of the first Italian satellite, San Marco I, in 1964, Italy has consistently contributed to the development of cutting-edge space technologies and has played a pivotal role in numerous landmark missions that have expanded our understanding of the universe. I would like to recall also the Italian active and enduring participation to the International Space Station with the multipurpose logistic modules Leonardo, Raffaello, and Donatello. Italy also positions itself at the forefront of logistic modules construction with undisputed leadership in the quality of building modules and expertise and excellence that is widely recognized internationally. The Italian efforts in space exploration aims at consolidating the national leadership in this field, while enhancing its role as ESA member state and promoting international partnerships for complex exploration missions, paying attention to the international ones, as the NASA Moon to Mars strategy, especially in terms of science, innovation, and scientific challenges. As a matter of fact, over the past 50 years, Italy has forged a solid and enduring international collaboration in the field of space exploration. By signing the Artemis Accords as one of the first European countries, alongside the United Kingdom and Luxembourg, we laid a solid foundation for an involvement of our national industry in the Artemis program. It is a significant milestone for Italy to be among the nations committed to establishing a stable and lasting presence on the Moon, looking to Mars. Mr. Chair, Moon exploration represents a priority for Italy since it allows us to develop permanent infrastructures both orbiting around and on the Moon's surface. It's worth recalling that Italy is one of the few countries of the Artemis Accords, along with the United States and Japan, to have a solid lunar exploration program. I would like to briefly mention our future contribution to the Artemis program, the Lunar Surface Habitation Module, Multipurpose Habitation Module, the deployment of demonstration receiver of GPS and Galileo signals from Earth on the lunar surface, the Lunar GNSS Receiver Experiment LUGRA, the development of key elements of the Cislunar Gateway HALO, and collaboration with ESA on elements of the IAB, including the European Service Module and Moonlight. We understand that many challenges need to be tackled, but we are confident that the advancements in technologies for in-situ resources extraction and utilization will overcome these obstacles. Such technologies could be pivotal for obtaining construction materials or oxygen and water to be used either as supplies and propellants. Specifically, ASI is collaborating with partners to develop a mission aimed at validating the effectiveness of a carbothermal process for oxygen extraction for lunar regolith on the Moon's surface. Furthermore, ASI collaborates with the Canadian Space Agency, NASA, and JAXA on International Mars Ice Mapper concept mission, aimed to identify the location and extent of water ice reserves for potential scientific discoveries and meeting human needs on the Martian surface. At the same time, the Italian Space Agency funded 2 proposals for concept missions focused on advanced robotic exploration on near-Earth asteroids for the in-situ resource utilization purpose, specifically targeting the extraction of the useful resources from the near-Earth asteroids. We would like to reaffirm that Italy is deeply committed to the peaceful use of outer space and the principle of the Outer Space Treaty. We advocate for the sustainable and responsible exploration of space, recognizing that the preservation of the space environment is essential for the benefit of all humanity. In this regard, we support international frameworks that ensure space activities are conducted in a manner that is safe, secure, and sustainable. As we look to the future, let us reaffirm our collective dedication to advancing space exploration and innovation through collaboration, shared knowledge, and mutual respect. We also hope to move forward with regulating lunar exploration. We then reaffirm the need to define a common framework open to everyone, to define the rules to develop sustainable lunar activity. Thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Italy for her statement. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Republic of Korea successfully launched the Korea Pathfinder Lunar Orbiter, KPLO, in August 2022, beginning regular operations in January 2023. This achievement made the Republic of Korea the 7th country in the world to enter lunar orbit, and KPLO would conduct its mission until December 2025. KPLO started releasing the scientific data it obtained from January this year. This is in line with the established norms and practices of the international space exploration and science community, the Outer Space Treaty, as well as the Artemis Accords principle on release of scientific data. This initiative underscores our commitment to contributing to the scientific advancement of all humanity through our exploration activities. As a follow-up mission to KPLO, the Republic of Korea aimed to land on the moon by 2032. The development of the Korea lunar lander will begin this year. Furthermore, the Republic of Korea plans to have a payload, Lunar Space Environment Monitor, LUSEM, launched aboard Intuitive Machines' Nova C lander as part of NASA's Commercial Lunar Payload Services program in 2025. Chair, taking this opportunity, I would like to highlight that our ambitions for space exploration extend beyond the moon. With the establishment of the Korea Aerospace Administration, KASA, this May, we would establish plan for new space exploration and space science missions such as the L4 Heliosphere Observatory. The Republic of Korea reiterates its commitment to ensuring a sustainable future through space exploration and international collaboration. Thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea for her statement. We will continue and hopefully conclude our consideration of Agenda Item 15, Space Exploration and Innovation, tomorrow morning. Distinguished delegates, I will shortly adjourn this meeting. Before doing so, I would like to inform delegates of our schedule of work for tomorrow morning. We'll meet promptly at 10 a.m. We'll continue our consideration of Agenda Item 5, General Exchange of Views. We'll continue and conclude our consideration of Agenda Item 7, Report of the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee on its 61st session, that we suspended to hear about the outcomes of informal consultations on draft resolution for international need of asteroid awareness and planetary defense 2029 by delegation of Romania. We'll continue and hopefully conclude our consideration of Agenda Item 15, Space Exploration and Innovation. Time permitting, we'll begin our consideration of Agenda Item 16, Space 2030 Agenda. During lunchtime, there will be 10 technical presentations from 1 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. in the M plenary room with no interpretation in English. Furthermore, I would like to inform delegates that tomorrow morning, one more round of informal consultations will be held on Action Team on Lunar Activities Consultation, led by Romania, in room M3 from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Distinguished delegates, I also wish to inform you that following the adjournment of this meeting, there will be a side event on reflections on the United Nations Conference on Sustainable Lunar Activities, Priorities and Capacity Building in Boardroom D, 4th floor of the C building from 6:15 p.m. to 9 p.m. including the reception in the foyer. Are there any questions or comments on this proposed schedule? I see none. The meeting is adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. 2 minutes.